can pull that. Should I try pull this one?
How long okay, that's fine. Okay, can we adjust it a little bit so that it's a little bit snaky? As of now, it's a little bit tight. Can we pull the extension a little bit left to the side?
Nkosi. Ah, I think it's not. It's looking far. Is it okay?
I ramalan pakai sakati, pakai sekali sakati. South African Geographical Names Council Chairperson. I'm going to test the house before we leave them so that we gather the very important spirits that have managed to get us here, but also honor those who came before us. It's going to be on sound audio that we observe that moment. It's South African national anthem and also the African Union anthem. Over to you, Sam. Good morning to everyone in the room. A special recognition to our Honorable Legacy, Mrs. Ngomani. A special recognition to our DDG, DDG Fusindima, sent by the Minister, Minister Ntetwa. A special recognition to my deputy chairperson, Councillor Mutari, and also a very good morning to our traditional leaders who are here. Sitting, what is I'm going to say about that you have honored us and honored the invitation. Also to our council members, we have a national structure here, coming from respective provinces, who are here to learn from the same thing. I'm going to delve a bit more as we engage. And also we have representatives from Pensal in particular, and then also Kokta. We also, I think, Sunrise as well, because this is where we get pointers and directions in terms of whether these names are changed and known by Mary, or I don't know what is the name of that woman in the GPS. And we need to name her as well, give her a name, so that she can be instructed as per the mandate of this council. I'm also greeting members of the media whom we have invited so that they can join us and take part in understanding the mandate of this council. The MEC mine is very short, but I must say I've come full circle. I was once in this beautiful province, honored to work for the Eastern Cape administration during 2010 in preparation for the FIFA World Cup. And I don't think this place was ready and it's this beautiful. So these are some of the legacies we have come to be part of and received. We said it must attract tourism and it must leave us with legacy of beautiful infrastructure. And I am happy to also experience this now as wearing another cap. But also, I come from Rebecca. Rebecca is 3 hours away from here, for my colleagues who are not from part of this. And you will wonder why this name in Rebecca. Yes. I'm the third generation of Basotho speaking people in Queen. So I will be one of those whom are regarded as very few in the Eastern Cape. I don't like to call ourselves and our people minorities because we are all Africans. And when we gather in respective houses, making laws and legislation, our royalties and traditional leaders do not prejudge or exclude. I believe that I'm also represented in that house because sisebenza ngomoya, sisebenza ngempumelelo, sisebenza ngayo yonke into ebalulekileyo kuthi. So this province, at least was they are claiming me somewhere in Gauteng, and originally in the kingdom of Lesotho. But this is where my blood has been nurtured. I've been fed here. Yes, I've really clearly up. Sitting in for follow and many other places. Khula la khona inkqubo yasemakhaya. Ndikhe ndandwendwela naseshishini ndibuye umsebenzi wamgijima. Ndiyazazisa ke ngolu hlobo bandilahlekanga. Yes, I belong here, we all belong here. This is our South Africa. And one of the best provinces to be in at this moment. And so far as our province, our meeting is concerned. I am the chairperson is appointed by Minister Mthembu for the next 3 years to take care of the mandate as stipulated in the Act. And this is not a very easy task, but provinces like the Eastern Cape need me to believe that I can do the work because they have done it in a better way and in a better form. I am also here because as we name the many features of our nation, the many roads and the many places we deem fit that they are somehow an irritation to many. Somehow they leave many South Africans aggrieved. Somehow they continue to bother us and create a burden of an unhealthy social reformation that we want to look at. Where we all live without being reminded of the atrocities of the past, but we want to remember them in knowing they were once there. So it is not easy. It's in many places in this country where you pass cases with provocative names, the ones that really provoke you to act. You think you become a better nation. So as we are here, then we are here to deliberate. We are here to share perspectives, but as council, we are here to receive the inputs made by our communities, because it is not the role of this council to select names of our choice and approve them as we wish. All that we deal with comes from communities, from a very firm consultative process, because it's outlined and it's a requirement in the Act, but also for compliance. I think for me as a government person, that's why I'm also agreed to be part of this, such that I understand how we are changing the past in a manner and that is compliance driven, but also socially inclusive. And I believe the work of the council is in that standard. MEC, I must say once more, it is really an honor to be here for many of us in council. I'm saying this because it's been almost 4 years that we have been watching the performance of this province. And when we look amongst others, we see the Eastern Cape as one of the top because of the evidence we are experiencing and how the name change process is adhered to. It is not easy. From time to time, they are called to court. We don't like that name. We cannot pronounce it. It does not reflect a tourism friendly place or name, because sometimes we lack understanding, sometimes we lack cohesion, sometimes we lack a tete-a-tete where we need to find each other as people. And most of this needs to happen at local level. Ingakumbi, apho abantu bahlala khona, to our traditional leaders. I think we rely more on you more than before on many of the aspects of our mandates. If we remember, we also have a mandate of renaming Imilambo, Indaba, and many other things that form part of your land, the land that you have honor, power, and responsibility that will be given by the people and those who came before many of us. So it is not only the ministers who work right there in Pretoria. Ours is to advise the Honorable Minister, and we are here having the PGNC, which is also led by Mr. Councillor Jodwan, who then informs and advises every single morning in terms of how this process will unfold. And then he continues then to take that to a bigger platform where we sit as council and listen to the respective submissions and say, have you looked at 1, 2, 3? And fortunately, you have capable soldiers here, people who do the footwork, work on any land to inform the submissions. And it gives us a great pleasure then to say we appreciate the support coming from this province. We have noted it in high regard that whilst we are struggling somewhere else in many other provinces, I'm going to link them because this is a national platform. We have currently challenges in the Northern Cape, we have challenges in the Free State, we have challenges also in what is the last one? The Western Cape. The names are not forthcoming as we wish, and we know that the cost of transformation cannot be measured. Even if we were to put anything out there, we cannot say this was the cost of the blood, this was the cost of the sacrifice, because it's been so many centuries, years and years have gone by. Therefore, it is beyond accumulation of value, but remains valuable to many of us, especially for the generations to come. Also to remind ourselves that we have walked this road previously in other provinces. It was at the beginning really of our democracy when Mpumalanga was changed. Now I've even forgotten which part of Transvaal, I think it was Eastern Transvaal. Yes, when you did their names. And we've had Limpopo. I think now I'm also happy I hear that people in the Eastern Cape can pronounce Limpopo in its required format. It's not Limpopo, it's Limpopo. Yes. And those are some of the things we look into as well, because council tells us, even to that extent, on how you pronounce. I think I was also honored to study Ndafunda's course, and now we try phonetic. Yes, yes. I really appreciate the wealth of knowledge one received from this program. Sabona le Polokwane, we are in Petersburg. Peter waphela samlibala. We remember now Polokwane. Sathi-ke there's Makhanda. We know our history. It is here. I will not repeat. There are elements there and there of the stations. There's also a Gqeberha currently. Ndiyisobole kancinci kuba bendisasisile ndathi kaloku phaa basithi tyhu umuntu uyasokola kuba-ke nendishile. Neqonce-ke yeza nezinye-ke sithi sazifumana indawo uye andilungise uCheckesini azibize zonke kuzawuphinde azibize kodwa zininzi zihlala phambi kwethu sonke. I'm going to hand over to my colleague and also a veteran and my right hand in this task, Councillor Johnny Muhlani, to tell us exactly the purpose of this workshop. I also believe that I have greeted everyone and ingakumbi traditional leaders, who really feels associated, but also to be part of MEC and her honorable team that assists her. But I also continue to say that as a woman, we have seen less names of places being named or renamed after women. And it is one preoccupation that we need to look into as well in this country, but also refer to those who pick up the names and see the need. That let us look at both genders. Let us please look at honoring our women in places too. Over to you, Councillor Mukhana. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, I wish I could be like the professor and say a lot of things about the state camp and how I relate to it. Unfortunately, I'm not in the habit of lying. So there's very little relationship between me and the state camp, except coming here with the work that I'm doing. Honorable MEC, DDG, chairperson of SAGS, traditional leaders, Bamadia Toto, Bagama Fatenga Matele. I know you don't hear what I'm saying, but just be happy that I'm president. Council members, those from the SAGS here, the PGS, distinguished guests, in your eminence, greeting. My name is Ramkelane Jonibo. I'm the great grandson of Hoshima Mpungu, who was hanged in Victoria, and whose remains even today, we do not know where they are. So for me, the issue of naming and renaming remains a very emotive matter. We cannot assume as South Africans, and Africans in particular, that before Yamu Fandrika came to these shores, for whatever reason, our places did not have names. Our places have names. And if you want to restore the dignity of the people of South Africa, is to go back to those names. not sure what is the name. I'm sure we can have a name. As opposed to being told, this is the name of the place. And I want you to allow me to tell you a very short story. And this is the story of Frederick Molepo. Now, Frederick Molepo was not Frederick Molepo. He became Frederick Molepo because his first slave master was Frederick van Zyl. And when Frederick van Zyl was tired of him, he sold him to to Fritz van Zyl, and the two were not related. They were not van Zyls, but they were not related. And the time came, as he was growing old, that he died. And remember, he was sold for a report. You know the report? Yes, that's how much he was sold for. And when he died, Fritz van Zyl said to Frederick, come and take that thing of yours instead and bury it. I don't want this thing to be buried on my farm. And Frederick said to Fritz, no, it's now your thing, I don't want it. So the poor Frederick Molepo had no place to be buried at. He was buried on the side of the road. But that was not the end of the story. Who is this man's name? Because he's not Frederick, he's not Molepo, and his family could not be traced. And he became a nobody, buried as a nobody. So the issue of naming and renaming goes beyond just being answerable to a calling. It connects you to your family. So we cannot then, therefore, overemphasize the implication of naming on our heritage. If you do not know your name, you wouldn't know, I think it's called there's one member of the council who is very good at easy to, I'm told it's easy to. You tell you this thing goes this way and that way. And that way it's easy for you to trace yourself. So if you are not being properly named, you will not be properly known. I told you my other name is Johnny. And you will think I'm Johnny because I have a soft spot for the English. No. My name is Majoni. I'm a Johnny. I was Majoni. But when I went for a reference book, they wanted a Christian name and I didn't have any. And when I told this chap that name, I don't have a Christian name because I am not a Christian. I come from a traditional home. I received a slap and instantly I became Johnny. So that I should have something next to English. So that's why I always call it my provincial name. It's easy to call, soft on the tongue. If you were to say Rampelani, you will end up mispronouncing my name and I will get very angry. So let's stick to Johnny for easy reference. Not that it's more than any other thing. Now, why are we here? We are not particularly here to build capacity of the Eastern Cape. No. We are here so that the Eastern Cape can capacitate us to be able to take the good that Eastern Cape is doing and replicate it in the other provinces. Because the Eastern Cape, unlike most of the provinces, In their naming and renaming, they went for the big fish. They did not go for peripheral features, a river and so forth. And I always said to Ndabeto, guys, you guys are very unfair on me. When you name and rename your features, you use alphabets that in my language we do not use. In my language we don't use C, X, Q, and we don't even use Z. So want to say, yeah, I'm in trouble. Because for me, whatever click comes in is the correct one. So whether the click represents a C, a Q, or an X, you'll pardon me. I'll call it the way I think at that time it is. So if I pronounce your name now, don't be sure that at 1 o'clock the pronunciation was, it might have changed because I'm using. So, and you come with this many words of that nature. I can do. But it's fine. No, don't even try to teach me, you will fail. So it's fine. Let us do that. Because if we could learn how to say fair, that we are saying. And we shouldn't be apologetic to that. I'll give you a very simple example. There's a town very far from here, I would assume, and I might be wrong. It's known as Matatie. There's nothing like Matatie. Matata, that. So that place used to have a lot of ducks. So the ducks are gone. Matata, and then it's, we go Matatie, and we even think we're fancy. We tell people out from our ducks. So, Matata, and the Matata, ducks, they are gone. So the only people who are, according to me, I might be wrong, who are a bit more advanced in this issue of naming or naming. And once the DDG KZN was leading. And you know what they were leading? They just changed orthography. And so when they removed the capital letter E, they put a small letter E. No change. Empire gained. And it's a change, by the way. Right? So their numbers went up by just doing that. And then there's a place called Dreamhook, and they'll call it Emma Wukwi. I said, what have you changed? Emma Wukwi from Dreamhook. So it's a translation. So the Eastern Cape, in its way, has been able to assist us. And I'm saying, in terms of capacity building, even though there's a lot that we can still impart to them, I think at the same time we are going to learn a lot from the Eastern Cape. But on issues of awareness, I was saying something this morning. But I was saying that we cannot be apologetic in what we are doing. But let me tell you, you see, the Eastern Cape has got another unique feature. It has got a lot of traditional houses. I don't know whether it's because I'm a Kosa, what kind of part or what. But that's a debate for another day. They've got a lot of traditional houses. And traditional houses need to start playing a very important role in naming a village. Because it is traditional houses that knows the original names of the very many villages that are in the state. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when we do naming and renaming, let us not only concentrate on naming of places. You've got bridges, you've got rivers, you've got mountains, you've got gorges, you've got all sorts of things. So I would be happy the day I get a box full of applications for renaming of geographic features. But that will not happen if we do not go out. What is the program, of course? Yes. When traditional leaders call him Bizo, they must call someone from PGC to come and explain to these people what is this naming and renaming processes about. You don't need an advert in the newspaper. I'm sitting there, I get a message, GDG. There's going to be a public participation process in social movement for renaming of RPG. And already these people, even before they go to the meeting, they are agitated. Yeah, this is already concluded. I said, what do you mean it's concluded? I mean, Eastern Cape, I don't know about that application. Which application are you looking for? Now, our people get self-defeatist because they do not have the necessary information. So we hope by the time we leave the Eastern Cape, we have imparted enough information for the people of Eastern Cape to continue doing the good work that they are doing. But we must be very careful. We are not praising the Eastern Cape to say it must stop working or improving on the work that is doing. One of the most dangerous things you can do to a person is to praise him. We also have which one do you like, Ikusha or I'm not sure which one is most before. Yeah, what happened because you praised him? No, you're still very far from you. I'm still in East London. I'm east of London, which is not London. I'm east of London, which is not London. And when we want to change East London, at one stage I had that we want to call it the Monty. It can be. Monty is the name of a river that goes into the sea. The river's name is Mon. So when I visit translations and you think you are changing. No, if you don't have a name, come up with a name that will be appropriate. And what do you mean by appropriate name? Appropriate name simply means you cannot have a situation where a small section of an area is named after a tribe. Soccer is not very big in Eastern Cape. So my example is based on soccer, but I think this one, you can't have a bigger area called the Komodis and a small area inside it called Ivan Cause. Because Ivan Cause, I think, is bigger than the Komodis. So when you name a rename, just make sure that you name and rename appropriate. I'm not supposed to come here and give a speech, so I'm not going to be tempted to give a speech. Let me thank you when I'm still relevant to you, otherwise I might lose you. Thank you very much.
I think because this province is doing very well, we're going to frequent coming here. Please come over and also so that we may proceed with the program and continue to.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me start by recognizing the MEC for Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Honorable Fezeka Komonyi, the Chairperson of the South African Geographical Names Council, Ms. Pani Sakagi, Chairperson of the Eastern Cape Provincial Geographical Names Committee, Mr. Zubile Chodwan, all honorable council members of the South African Geographical Names Council, honorable mayors and representatives of all municipalities, Amakos, and all our traditional leaders, senior managers of government, the Secretariat of the South African Geographical Names Council, and the Eastern Cape Provincial Geographical Names Committee. Good morning, Molweni, Dumilafi, It is my privilege to be part of this occasion, an occasion that is about the restoration of our rich and diverse heritage and our identity. We all know that before imperialism and colonialism, our geographical features had indigenous names. And when our forebears were conquered, after centuries of resistance, these names were obliterated. They were wiped out. This for centuries had perpetuated the myth of discovery, and I'm sure most of us here, we once went through history lessons, the so-called voyages of discovery, where people came here to discover communities that were already in existence, communities that had already established political systems and economic systems. So those were the means that were perpetuated for a very long time. So it's my pleasure today to be in the Eastern Cape, the home of legends. The province has worked very hard to restore the dignity of Black people and Africans in particular by renaming its cities, its towns, its airports and villages using indigenous names. So we would like other provinces that have been mentioned by the chairperson here and by the deputy chairperson to follow suit. Provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, where I come from, the lagging behind, the Western Cape, Northern Cape, Free State, if they were to copy, if they were to emulate what the Eastern Cape has done, we would have a decolonized country. So it's not only to speak today, my role really is to say we support the work that has been done by the Eastern Cape, but also my responsibility today is to then introduce my political principal, MEC President Komori, to come and address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Titi Chindima. Ubuntu. Kuthiwa ngesixhosa ukuthi akuphango. Ndiyabawa ukuphanga namhlanje because le mic uTiti Chindima uyishiye phezulu. So ngenza ndibe kakhulu. The program director uSisifale Sakadi. City Mama, if you had the privilege of having a second name, I was fortunate that once upon a time I had a name and I was called Asake. I was given the responsibility one Ake about. I'm not sure whether I performed that. But I think I did. Ndiyabulisa kwiinkosi zethu ezikhoyo apha phakathi kwethu abantwana begazi, phakathi kwethu chairperson of the National Geographical Names Council sinaye utatomnkosi uMathatsi, ongu-deputy chairperson we-Provincial House of Traditional Leadership. Isandibonye ulwake iinkokheli ze-house. Just last week, if I'm not making a mistake, or 2 weeks ago, so brand new from the box. Kwakhona phakathi kwethu sinaye uTatomnkosi Makinana, okhokhela kwi-Contralesa, noTatomnkosi Gonya, okhokhela kwi-Contralesa. Siphinde sibe naye uPrince X Celi, okhokhela kwi-Contralesa, okwakhokhela kwalapha eBuffalo City. Siphinde sibe naye uChief Christo Britus, also with the Royal Council, kuba i-council yethu ingozi apha ephondweni yaziwa ngokuba traditional and coherence and leadership, so siyabaqhuba, so naye ukhona in our midst. And I really would want him to teach me i-language yabo ukwenzela ukubana xa ndibulisa nam ndiqaqayiqayi ndisebenzise those cues ezininzi. Ndiyabulisa ke kwakhona kwi-leadership yonke ye-South African National Geographical Names Council, ngokhokhelwa nguwetshe kwakunye nomdeputy wakho uTata uMajoni. Kuba andifuni ukuthi nguJoni ekumele icacisilele ukuba his original name is Majoni, kwakunye nazo zonke i-council members ezikhoyo. The Eastern Cape Provincial Geographical Names Council, representatives from other provinces. I note that there are chairpersons who, by virtue of being provincial chairpersons, are members of the South African Geographical Names Council. Ndibulisa ke zonke political parties ezinobazikhoyo apha phakathi kwethu, military veterans who are in attendance here today, all our stakeholders, ndiqelele ke senior government officials phakathi kwethu selibonile uTiti Chindima from the national office, namagosa onke karhulumente asuka national, provincial and local governments. Yes, itshomi zam who are members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, ndibulisa ke ngokukhethekileyo itshomi yam le ilapha ecaleni kwam esitolukelayo olwimi olubalulekileyo olusakugunyaziswa kwi-sign language. Bhotani ngale ntsini kusekusasa, bhotani ngale ntsini. Sidibana apha ke namhlanje, apologies, I will be mixing using English as well as isiXhosa so that I can be able to accommodate those who do not understand isiXhosa. And I do understand and know that this is streamed live and a lot of people are watching because it is not a meeting, a provincial meeting, it is a national meeting. So in the absence of the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister who profusely apologized for not being able to make it here, the Honorable Minister is attending to a select committee. The Honorable Deputy Minister is still in transit. She was here in the province. So I guess I am the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the MEC. I'm wearing a lot of caps today. I thought I should just take that aside so that Ningamangali will provide leadership at the national level, EP, when we are dealing with national matters. We meet here today just a few hours after we had laid to rest one of the youngest kings in the province of the Eastern Cape. We are a very unique province in that, as far as KwaZulu-Natal, where there's only one king, Isilo, we have so many kingdoms in the province. The representatives is a pencil, they are not going to join me. To release the representatives of our culture and everyone of our stakeholders, any academics, all prof abakoyo in our midst. So learning that in French, I am speaking in English more than anything. Coconut professor. So we are a unique province that has a lot of kingdoms. I was speaking to someone from KwaZulu-Natal yesterday on my way from the funeral, and he was asking, "Open," and I'm like, "I'm on my way from Flagstaff to East London." We were laid to rest. Besityala ikumkani namhlanje. Oh, inkosi. No. If King Nisuzulu ikumkani ngesizulu, King Zanozulu is Isilo ngesizulu kwelocala, because thina we are a unique province. The significance of us meeting here today after having laid to rest a king whose forefathers played a huge, a significant role in the fight for liberation. Particularly in 2000, we think when we speak about liberation, they think we are only talking political. Even before the formation of the oldest liberation movement in this country, which is the African National Congress, there was already internally. We were fighting for the land. And primarily those wars of resistance were fought by isikumkani, amakhosi, kwakunye nesibonda, nabantu bokuhlala, kuba they understood what is meant by owning the land. We are meeting in the month of June. I have already indicated that just a few hours ago I was on my way from Amos. On the 6th of June in 1960, a lot of people died in Amos. Nebulawa colonialists. They had spears, fighting a heavily armed force because they understood that without land we are nothing. And I am making reference to the issue of land because land is part of our heritage. And the work that these councils and committees that are responsible for naming and renaming or standardization of our places, the features, they are responsible for upkeeping of our heritage. So it is a huge honor for me to be standing in front of you as a minister, a deputy minister, and an MEC, and addressing this gathering. We meet here in a place still called East London, and I am saying still in bold capital letters. But I am happy because majority of the council members, including DDG, landed in King Power Airport. At least I am able to sleep at night. Sleep at night, understanding and knowing that the issue of name changes is a very emotive subject because it talks to history, it talks to heritage, it talks to who we are. A name, at least I am a parent, so I have given birth to kids and I have given them names. I am now thinking that I have only given a name to one of my children, not two of them. Ndiyayongana le nothi abantwana bathiwa Boyise, ningandibuzi Boyise emakhaya. A name is very important because it rhymes with your identity. SingamaXhosa, Chairperson. Unikwa igama, and there's a belief that you follow suit to your name, or there's a purpose why you are given a name. It rhymes with the purpose of your existence. My name is Fezek, and my mother told me that she named me Fezek because she had hoped that of the 4 kids she has, I will be the one who will fulfill her desires or her aspirations. I take no, and as the work take the angathi abanye ngofezeka bekhona nokubhedesho nomhle nokhalethhu andisoze ndizingene ndandingekho nam I was just given a name. And throughout my life I have worked very hard to ensure that if anything I fulfill ndiyazifezekisa i-aspirations zami. And I am grateful that the African National Congress has given me a responsibility yokufezekisa i-aspirations zabantu beliphondo. So that is an indication yokuba when you are given a name, you are given a purpose. So for someone to just change your name, it becomes very offensive. The Daily Dispatch wrote about me a very beautiful article, but they said my name is Ezekiel. What one who Ezekiel? Because a lot of people were offended, but I am very offended. When you just say Ezeka, I snap. You must call my name properly, Fezeka, because it has a meaning attached to it. So I even am sensitive to you pronouncing it wrongly. But strangely enough, in the month of May, when I was called Ezeki, I did not take an offense. Because I went and researched and understood what Ezekiel meant. Who was Ezekiel? What did he do? So upon understanding that Ezekiel was a prophet who was given a responsibility to raise Amatambo and give life to boards, I embraced the name. Now, I have said earlier on, name change is very offensive. It takes you to either embrace or reject when someone else changes your name. So there's an act that you must undertake. And therefore, consultation is very important because you can't embrace something you were not consulted in. Or you can't reject something that you have not been consulted in. Maybe you can reject, but that would have been part of the consultation process. But I am coming to a point of sharing my appreciation towards the South African National Geographical Names Council for having afforded us an opportunity to host this workshop. Attend a workshop, they attend our seniors workshop. And it is pure joy that this workshop is conducted in this province, not so that as the province we are taught how to do our work. It is hosted by the province because Sizoko Pisabanyama, I get how students you take pride in that. And certainly there are going to be lessons that we are going to learn as the province of the Eastern Cape because we are far from perfect. We may have been doing well, but we are far from perfect. The province of the Eastern Cape and history will confirm what I am about to say. The province of the Eastern Cape is one of the provinces that had to bear the most brunt in terms of colonialism and the rule of apartheid. I here have spoken about the role of kingdoms or kings and chiefs in the fight, in the wars of resistance. Of the 10 wars of resistance, about 9 of them were fought in the province of the Eastern Cape. We won some, we lost some. And as a result of that, and this is the heritage we have, as a result of that, more than 80% of the people who were hanged in Pretoria gallows, more than 90% of the people who were exiled are from the province of the Eastern Cape. So that speaks volumes in terms of the contribution we have made in the liberation, not of this province, but of this country. And gay history has no blank pages. But I don't like to dwell much on the history without making reference on the responsibility we have today as the current leadership. Because it is well and good that all King John Sobo Makoma had a role to play. But what are we doing as this current generation? Because that is not coming going forward. The province has been a theater of conflict, and it featured prominently in most epochs, as I have indicated, where blood was spilled in defense of ancestral land from colonial invaders. For 100 years, we fought from 1779 to 1881, and we were fighting for our land and the livestock. Because not only was our land taken in when the Zafriga, zokunta nditsho neenkomo zethu. Masibuye nditsho. Because they were taken at a barrel of a gun. I am not here advocating that let's take up arms and take back what rightfully belongs to us. There are amicable ways in which we can bring back what belongs to us. The episode of the 100 years of wars of resistance resulted in displacement and impoverishment of our people. And more importantly, not only were we robbed of our land cattle. We were also robbed of our culture and our identity. And dare should I say that we were robbed of our patriotism. Because namhlanje, uChairperson, who is the program director, side singabantu abamnyama, we are too quick to say you can't change Port Elizabeth to Gqeberha because we're going to chase away tourists. We are more concerned about, strangely enough, it's the foreigners who changed our names. We are still wanting to please the foreigners because tourists are people who come from foreign countries. Even to date, we are hell-bent at pleasing them because they must find it easy when they are making bookings to say I am going to Port Elizabeth. And we've been saying Port Elizabeth for many years. But nazo ii-tourist ngoku okanye abantu abamhlophe bafunda ukuthi Gqeberha. Bade bayiteketise futhi njengoba nathi besiyiteketisa iPort Elizabeth sisithi yi-PE, they must learn to teketisa iGqeberha yaseGqebs. The arrival of the British settlers for 1820, particularly in the province of the Eastern Cape, exacerbated matters further. Some of the negative impact that is associated with colonization included the degradation of our natural resources, capitalism, and the introduction of foreign diseases in livestock and humans. We lived before the arrival of the settlers. I mean, you could see abantu walking around, feet, bengenastress sakudala, ichicken etofiweyo, bengenastress sakudala, iveggies ezine-GMO. We were helping. But once they arrived, things started to change and suffer more complex. Sine areas namhlanje ezinamagama astrange. Esizibiza ngoPort Alfred, then King Williamstown, Grahamstown. Mhlawumbe zisonga nice kuma-2000 because English here almost inalanto ewe thina abasifunde komdabu ngakubanzima nokuthi these were very cruel acts. People were displaced, crops were destroyed, cattle were confiscated, atshiswa namakhaya. About 20,000 people under Chief Mdlabe's leadership were forced across the Fish River and later the Kiskama and ultimately the Kara. We were dispossessed. And we were introduced to funny things as fun and employment. Now we suddenly had to exchange amandlesi now, siniwe imali, something that we didn't know. By the way, I can't imagine. I won't say no about checkers and betcha the one. But that is something that is foreign to us, or that was foreign to us at that moment. The landscape around Makhanda was the scene of many violent encounters in the wars. Also called Mayakis, they even named the forts, even the ones that we defeated on them, they named the forts by them. I mean, you would have a fort where we fought with them and defeated them, but still that fort is called Fort Hare. Who is Hare? Even a gifted king. Yes, that's him. He said Hare was a gifted killer. I did not say it. And I'm gonna remember the meeting. Being at the court has even said Hare was a gifted killer. Love to work and such hotel Hare was a gifted killer. we transcended from a social order, and I want to say it was of socialism or communism, to a totally different social order that we did not understand, and we had to live in that kind of an environment. Earlier on, Deputy Chairperson we-South African National Geographical Links Council, ukuthi xa explain just in simple terms what this whole thing means. Someone came and waseGwaza, waseGwaza with a spear or a sword in the chest. And not only did they Gwaza us, stab us, they changed even our names. Now suddenly Gertrude. I love Gertrude. Now you are Gertrude. And you have to negotiate with this person, this Mr. Hare, or this Mr. Alexander who has stabbed you. You have to negotiate with him that they must take the spear out of your chest. Instead of him conceding to that, the rights you have, the rights you don't have. And when we want to change names or standardize them, get potholes. Trust, I am not saying potholes must not be fixed. There's a budget for fixing of potholes. But the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture in this province has a mandate to transform our society, to bring back the dignity, to instill patriotism and nation building. And let us focus on our responsibility and our mandate. And as long as the man want their names back, that is what we are going to give them. Because we do not force these names on our people. Later on, I am going to just quickly indicate, because this is a workshop. So I am going to indicate the process of changing the names, because there is a narrative out there as though government is forcing these names on people. Ngathi uminister usuka ehleli kule ndawo ahlala kuyo, andimazi uhlala ePitoli okanye uhlala eKapa, but kule ndawo ahlala kuyo ingathi usuka adecide into yobana I'm no longer happy with King William's Town, so tomorrow I'm changing it to Court. There is a process. Determination King Park Airport. But unfortunately, we traveled 2 settlers right through to Oxford, there's a base London ICC. And he proceeded in town, in a place that was formerly known as Berlin. King William's Town. All these names are foreign to us. It's as though one is in Europe, walk with the Africa. Were even not even named after my girlfriend, what are these chaps as romantic? And we get excited because we live in Port Elizabeth. We don't even know who Elizabeth was. By the way, that even Elizabeth has never set her foot up in South Africa. What you are buying here, Europe. Why said we don't imagine? Ndicela ngathi ndikhandile noma yinkosi esencinci. Mhlawumbi ngathiya igama lelami igama. So it is against this background that the South African Geographical Names Council Act came into being in 1998, because something had to be done. Then we established provincial geographical names councils. Ours was established in the year 2003 to redress the imbalances of the past and claim those grounds in renaming local places and features to reflect the original identities. Luninzi uchuku, because, and I'm happy that we indicated and we check this, and I think, but the role of traditional leaders is very vital. Because ezindawo sizineymayo fanele uzazibona kuba bebekhona ngaphambili. If not them, their forefathers lived in these spaces, so they know very well nendlela ezinele zibezipronounswa ngayo. In 2004, 24 place names that were incorrectly spelled were corrected. And in 2005, 21 were gazetted. To date, the Eastern Cape Geographical Names Council has standardized and registered more than 200 place names and geographical names. It is because of the amount of. The list includes high-profile places such as Makanda. I am happy that even the court in Makanda has now been changed to Makanda High Court. It's no longer Grahamstown High Court. The list includes Ikadeha. I don't know why Ikadeha got to be so popular. Because at the time we changed to Ikadeha, there were a lot of other names we changed. We changed Lutine to Ikadeha. We changed Imanahu. From Maklia to my we changed a lot of names, but strangely, Ikadeha was more popular. You would swear that that was the only name we changed at the time. We changed King Williamstown to Komani, we changed Berlin to Dabozugo, we changed Komani, Queenstown to Komani, we changed James Talata, we changed Jamestown to James Talata to mention but a few. The province, the council in the province is currently assisted with the consultative process and public hearings to tackle other colonial names such as East London. I am happy that we're dealing with it. We are in the process of changing Craddock, we're in the process of changing Colchester, Algoabe, Kaimau, and Haka respectively. This is not an easy journey, full of emotions, and a process that needs patience and understanding. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when you tell a story, you can't tell one side of the story. You have got to tell both sides of the story. And when we change these names, and this is my appeal to the South African Geographical Names Council, when we change these names, the intention is not to wipe out the history. Because we must always make reference. If a certain statue was put at the door, at the entrance, when you rewrite that history, you might as well take that statue to the back if its spot is at the back and not at the entrance. You can't, because you want to rewrite history and tell it correctly, you suddenly disfigure it or tell it halfway, or destroy what is there. Because in my understanding, the role of us changing these names is to educate the future generation so that they understand their heritage, they understand Mvelaphi, so that they can be able to know Ukubamayaki and avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. So let us not wipe out the history. However, let us put it correctly where it belongs. We appreciate the support the province has received from the South African Geographical Names Council, and hosting of this capacity building workshop in the home of the legend is testament to your appreciation of the work that is being done by the Eastern Cape Geographical Names Council. We are hopeful that your presence here will translate into fruitful results, and some places will emerge with new names. I am really hopeful that at the end of this week, some of the names I have mentioned above would have received a stamp from the National Geographical Names Council and later gazetted by the minister. It would be very nice before the end of this term that Lamakama would have changed them. During COVID-19 lockdown, Honorable Minister Mthethwa made presentations to all 9 provinces where he engaged with the legislators on urgency for the South Africa to deal with the matters of the transformation of our heritage landscape. During his presentation to provincial legislatures, he shared with honorable members of the provincial legislatures some perspectives on where we come from as government, but also as the African National Congress in the area of transformation of South Africa's heritage landscape. And he touched on the following areas, at least in the session that I attended in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. He said, back in the early 1990s, the ANC crafted a blueprint for its transformative program, a document titled Ready to Govern. By the way, that document was adopted 11 years after I was born. So someone I went now 40, 41. And that document influenced many policies and programs, especially in the initial years of democratic transition. More important for this context is the focus that the document clearly pronounced on heritage transformation issues, and it observed that, and I quote, "A monopoly over symbols and names should give way to a diverse range, representative of our whole population. Arts and culture are not property of any one political party or group." Consequently, the ANC believes that state-funded cultural institutions should be non-sectarian, close quote. These ideas made their way to and find expression in various sections of the interim constitution and ultimately the 1996 constitution of the Republic. It was this policy position that informed the 1996 Arts and Culture White Paper. Later, there was a number of laws that were promulgated, such as the South African National Geographical Names Council that I had made mention of earlier, and the National Heritage Resource Act of 1999. A range of initiatives emerged from the aforementioned legislation, and these include the renaming of major national landmarks such as street names, international airports, and cities. It also made way to the declaration of several previously marginalized heritage and liberation sites as national heritage sites, with some elevated to World Heritage sites, such as Robben Island. Ladies and gentlemen, let me briefly take you through the process of renaming and standardization of names as I'm about to sit down. What happens, I have never been a member of this council or committee, but I am advised by the members that are advising me that this is the process. Members of the public write to the Geographical Names Council, whether in their province they will write to the province. If it is a feature at a national level, they will then write to the National Geographical Names Council and propose a name change. I'll make an example of court. We received a letter requesting that let there be a process to change King Williamstown to Court because its original name of the time was Court, not King Williamstown. And from the receipt of the application, what then happens is that the Geographical Names Council or Committee then sits and does a research first, so that we do not just take a proposal as it is, because it may be lacking here and there. We research, we involve a lot of our stakeholders that are affected by that name. And when we have consulted stakeholders, we request them to consult their constituencies or their relevant stakeholders. And then we undertake publication. We have received this application so that abantu bakwazi ukuza kwi-public hearings. In the public hearings, kuba yimbizo enkulu nangaphezu koku okanye kangaka, where different views are raised in those public hearings. The majority view in the public hearings, if it is consistent with the history of the research, then wins. Siyithathe ke siyoyipresenta ku-South African Geographical Names Council, it looks at it, and then it recommends it to the national minister who then gazettes that name. So that is the process. Akekho-ke uMMC ongahlala-hlala avuka decide utshintsha igama. So naba babendithuma umhlobo wenene ebusuku ngo-12 ku-12 down ingathi eli gama lithi Gqeberha ligama lam lesibini lisuka ndinika abantu baseGqeberha. There was a process. And I want to encourage members of the public. When names are now being changed, and this process takes years. And at times it gets mitigated because I indicated earlier on that this is a very emotive journey. It gets mitigated. So members of the council and members of the committee, when you go about doing your work supported by officials of government, please make sure that you do a thorough job so that we do not distort the history, so that when we are litigated, we come out clean. And that is what has been happening in the province of the Eastern Cape because we have been litigated so many times and we have won all of them. So ladies and gentlemen, our responsibility as the current leadership is that of being champions of transformation and of naming our landscape that we wish to bequeath to our children and grandchildren. I know I have spoken for more than an hour, but it is only because I was 3 positions in one today. So I have covered the minister, I have covered the deputy minister, and I have covered the MC. I wish you all a fruitful workshop, and I am not going to leave as by conditions. Solo was kokele ingathi ngamatanzima sifika sihlale igama silishiye next year. I will be with you for the entire session today, and I am hoping that tomorrow and the other days when the council deals with its business, it does so in a friendly environment. Don't hesitate to call on me. I'll come back. It's only going above. Thank you very much, Program Director.
We are at the right place at the right time. And also, as I was sitting and thinking, Kanene, the province. Kanene, the province. Those who say we are proud to be represented by people like you, because who are alive. It looks like you are properly correct. And it's encouraging to see politicians understanding process, so that we know that there's political will. I used to be a bureaucrat where you do a SWOT analysis and then you do a lack of political will is our weakness. Or a threat to this strategy or amendment is lack of political will. But when we receive, or we are received in this form, we are very encouraged because then we know that we have, delegated, though we can't delegate to a politician, but it matters the most when the responsibility is held by all those responsible. in a manner that is required. So that minister reduces his time and budget in the courts. And also the South African taxpayers do not or feel the pinch of going through high court to defend a name, a justifiable cause. So these are some of the processes. I want to say about Mamu Florence Matomela or Mamu Lillian Dietrichs. I'm sure they are proud to see us, many of us, honoring them in this form, especially as young women. I know you are very young, MEC, and that for you to be endowed with this responsibility, it takes a great level of honor, and that in return you also respond in the required manner that you are giving and showing us. Thank you once more. Into engakhange bandinike yona onduna odlamini because bona bathi bangodlamini kodwa khange baziphi isiduko sabo. Oh, Umthimkhulu, Big Three. Yes, Big Three. Siyabulela Mazulu, siyabulela Mahadebe. City, as we come, and when we come again, we know we'll be honored. And right now, I'm unable to see our team because yes, it's three. Yes. I think we've set, and we are going to then request that we take a leg stretch or there'll be performance whilst the team is required outside. In that zethu zicela ukusibona nathi sithi yazi sifuna unibona. But there's quite a lot to be discussed now. We give them special attention so that when we enter and see those posters of it dispatch, you know, as I read them yesterday, and then I get to see this poster, and then I thought, hey, how else can we really find each other? But they are doing their work. All it takes is information, and how that information is channeled becomes our responsibility. We are going to be engaging in the media briefing, and then there will be also an item that by Mr. Sweetom and the group. I used to work for arts and culture, and my issue is they don't give us the names of the groups. What is the name of your group? It just friends, yes. Then Baba wrote that slow foot. Yes, I used to follow them as well. I'm happy to see young people on board as well to be part of the industry and continue to be supported by the state and also giving us their offering. They will entertain us and then we'll have tea. I am going to take MEC and also all our honorable majonis to a separate room to engage with our critical stakeholders, the media. Thank you very much.
Ya no.
Mzingena kuyipile isayidi laptop lo. Uthingena kulipile isayidi. Ifake nje kanje. Oshimele ngikhiphe yonke into. Ifake kanje. Ngena.
Say to me then. You say to me. You say to me, Leon. I think you swim for
That bit well short up. Inhle. Phone yakho phela zithi.
Eh?
Phone yakho.
Phone am? Awucingile. With a connected phone.
No, it's level control.
Oh, for the charger.
No USB. It wasn't slim. Zingena kanje.
Yay!
Then the phone ingena. Ingena pha charge.
Yeah. For the Apple. Madoda amakhulu.
I'm even up to date in this month end.
Wena. Uyakubala ukuba kubani 13 something.
Mina ndino iPhone XS.
XS.
Yes. iPhone XS is between 10 and 11. Because again, I told my man, this person is a and so living.
Present here today. I'm going to request that we switch off silently our communication gadgets and also be attentive as this is a live streaming item. Thank you once more, Honorable MC Fezela for hosting the South African Geographical Names Council, for hosting all the stakeholders in the room, and also the department in particular. Thank you to our Eastern Cape Provincial Geographical Names Council, Mr. Swigile Jodwana, Councillor Jodwana, for all the work we are here to witness and all the work you continue to produce with the team members that are creating a modeling formula for us. DDG Busindima, we appreciate your time that you leave everything else in Tswane and come down to a province that is guiding and leading us in the mandate that we have been given by the minister. To my deputy chairperson, our veteran, Councillor Majoli Mutala, you know that we are twins. Age here is not a define of any form. We work together such that your experience is utilized to its optimal level. And I'm very careful when dealing with all the, I'm not ages, senior. It's a good word, yes, senior, because they always provide the guidance required because they were there at the beginning. But also the debate on young taking over, I see that it's being taken very seriously. Members of the media in the room, Eastern Cape, Indaba, Kumkani FM, Mpumalanga TV, Daily News, Daily Dispatch. I think from this list I'm missing our public broadcast. I demand so because they ought to be here. This is an event and an item of national interest, but we will further engage. Also to note that our traditional leaders are amongst us and honoring the workshop And as a result, I think we have had an agreement that going forward, we are going to continue working together through UNC. I think it was your input that we continue working together so that we reach our people through their leaders. A well-known author, Buki Wasiongo, once said, our lives are a battlefield on which is fought a continuous war between the forces that are pledged to confirm our humanity and those determined to dismantle it. Those who strive to build a protective wall around it, and those who wish to pull it down. Those who seek to mold it, and those who are committed to breaking it up. Those who aim to open our eyes, to make us see the light and look to tomorrow, and those who wish to lull us into closing our eyes. End quote. We are gathered therefore here this morning to seek to open our eyes, to look for our tomorrow, and to dismantle that which will divide us, rob us of our glorified future. We need to have words, we need to confirm to our young ones that we were here when change was called for. We are also gathered here today to seek and make understand the well-documented role of the place name processes. It is also the department and this council that will be in the near future, in the next term or so, be launching a digital links database, meaning that all the work, like many other institutions, will be able to document their names and keep them as a point of reference for many to go to and refer to. This is to support the academic, the research, and our children who are still learning of who they are as South Africans. Place naming is part of the wider process of attaching an identity on the landscape, partly because place names carry aspects of the lived experience of a particular people. That is us as South Africans. This is my story, this is your story. In addition, a name is a cultural symbol which projects fears, hopes, aspirations, and the general belief systems of a particular people. Our people, people who lived before us, and us living in this future of today. It is a critical component of the intangible heritage of a people, and such people should continue living and embracing it. I am proud as the chairperson of the South African Geographical Name Council to have seen the progress in this province in the name of change and the processes that are in place. Eastern Cape in our portfolio is rated #1 province in terms of the names that are submitted, the processes that they follow, and all the consultations that they continue to lead in changing the names of the province using the due process provided by the Act. To date, the Eastern Cape Province Provincial Geographical Name Council has standardized and registered more than 200 place names, and this is one major achievement that we need to applaud. This includes a list of high-profile names such as Alwal North, I think it used to be called Alvan, and then now it's Manitwan. Makanda, Graves, now former Gravestown, Rebecca, former Port Elizabeth, Maglie, Nanahu, and then Carriera is now former Youth League, the home also of your International Automobile, your VWs, and the rest of them. Which normally used to be called King Williamstown, Berlin, which now is Dabuzuko, Komani, which has always been amongst people who have lived in the place, but formerly now known as Komani, and the former Queenstown. And James Alanda, now, which used to be Jamestown, to mention a few. Also, it is worth noting that we'll be progressing and also getting submissions, hearing some of the inputs that are made from respective province. I am what MEC said, that the media, because they might not be part of, they will not be part of our sessions going forward whilst we're conducting our council business. We have received names which I am not confirming at this point because they must sit for identification of council. We have received names of Nelson Mandela in the Western Cape. We have received some of the names also listed, which will be deliberated to check whether there's been due process followed. I think of Advocate Gumbela as well here in the Eastern Cape. Some of them are listed. It's quite a number because the Eastern Cape always leads in this process. I think they also wanted to show us now there's home ground advantage. They continued to submit quite a number of names which will be looked at, ratified, and also validated by council. Meaning council is the receiver of names from the respective communities. What then comes to mind is the strict adherence to name change processes as a testament to the recent High Court ruling of Makanga in the case of the naming of the town. I think what we are so sure of and firm, and there are no two ways about it, is how we uphold the South African National Geographical Names Council Act of 1998. In that one, we do not want to be found wanting, and we do not falter because we look into the objectives. And also, sub to that is the National Heritage Resource Act of 1999. So this is a influenced by legislation process. It is not a process of Emerson Bononian and Minister Mtetwa together with Councillor Trotwan in selecting and choosing and deciding. But it is a process where even myself as a chairperson, I have no particular view, but continue to make sure that we are legislatively informed in the work that we do. The other thing is to be considered is the standardization of names processes. It is a brutal history of provinces and this province, and that many have really departed from the colonialists, and that this particular province continues to have many names and features that ought to be standardized. But the pace is much appreciated and continues to give us hope that generations to come will have lesser work and a lesser burden of looking into this standardization and also legitimate places where they feel they belong, where they also cannot feel aggrieved. To the members of the media, we here at the Eastern Cape as the council, we have received about 12 applications that still need to undergo consultation, and the public hearings that will continue also will require awareness, and other provinces and processes also will ensure. Once more, I wish to indicate that ours, and having chosen this province, was deliberate. It was deliberate because we could not continue looking on the other side, whilst knowing that there was good work and a place of knowledge that we could gain from. We normally go to provinces to do capacity building, and MEC, Honorable MEC, I still find, together with the councillors, that the progress made here We have a lot to learn too as the entire council, because council is led by chairpersons of respective provinces, and also members that are coming from state entities. We have Statistics South Africa, for instance, we have NSAL, we have SALGA, we have COGTA, and all of these entities, they integrate the work that we do such that there is no disorientation or a silo manner. This then tells us that when a name is changed, the board, as you enter former Port Elizabeth, ought to be saying on that end to Rebecca. And as you approach what was called King Williamstown, then it will say on, and then many others will continue to have that change, but it cannot be done in these forums. It needs the implementing bodies, meaning that SANRAL will come on board and do that. Also to confirm that they do have budgets to supplement, because these are annual allocations that are done irrespective of whether the name was going to change or not, because if that board falls on the ground, there is maintenance for it. And it falls with a tornado and it disappears, then money allocated should be able to replace that. So for many different reasons, there's always an allocation to fit this mandate. And it is the mandate of the department, therefore, to change, to bring transformation, to also carry social cohesion in a manner that is consultative. Thank you very much. We are now going to take questions as a collective. Thank you. Councillor Tabana, please come first.
Mr. Nuna, come here. Stand here and talk to your friends. If there's any question, they must direct it to you and then you will answer. Chair the session.
Colleagues, if there's any questions with regards to the session at hand this morning, we gladly take questions. When you have the mic, please introduce yourself and say which media house you're from, and then direct the question, and then we'll have it answered. Are there any questions? Thank you. There's a question at the back. Please advise before you ask which media house you're from. Thanks. Oh, okay. I guess it was clear, but I do know from the record that one who answered requested. For instance, I'm sure they would then say that probably as the program continues, we request like work months outside with your permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our communications team for arranging that we openly put in position as this platform such that it is well understood and documented reasons we are here and what we do. And also now we are going to continue with the program of the day. Usiwaphiwe Mbaha, my friend, he promised me that we are going to change. You see most on TV, they normally change, and I don't want him to be overworked. I must, because this is a language that we need to continuously include as we deliberate on what informs South Africa and democracy. Now we are continuing to what we call core. We know most of the departments, there's core business, core mandate. So now in our programs, we have, I think it's page 2, we have listed in terms of our matters of discussion, but we don't normally do that without having a reflection from the department, because the president once said to Mamina, and all councillors here, they put their hands and said, Minister Mthetwa, to Martina. Now, with that being said, even within the department, administratively, there are people who are too much. I'm going to request Mr. Mtengu to come forth and speak to the mandate, the strategic objective of the geographical naming mandate, such that it's understood by everyone and it is not deemed as the chairperson's mandate or MBC's mandate, but that of the department. A department whose existence is also sought from the Constitution and the rest of the public sector requirements. Over to you, Mr. Mtengu.
Honorable MEC, Amakosi, members of the South African Geographical Names Council, members of the Provincial Geographical Names Committee, Amakosi, Abamele Omaspala, senior government officials, invited guests, thank you very much. I'm going to go through the Geographical Names Council mandate in terms of what we expect as government. I will start by just informing all of us that the South African Geographical Names Council derives its mandate from the South African Geographical Names Council Act 118 of 1998. Its main task is the transformation and standardization of national geographical features. These features include villages, towns, cities, airports, rivers, and all other natural features that are regarded as features of national concern. Features that are not part of the South African Geographical Names Council will include street names. Names of streets are dealt with by municipalities. Names of schools, for example, are dealt by the Department of Education. And other features that are owned by, let's say, municipalities are dealt by the municipalities themselves, like buildings. However, national features like towns, cities, villages are dealt with by the South African Geographical Names Council. I'm going to just briefly go through the process that has to take place whenever a name of a feature needs to be changed. You will be all aware that most of the cities, towns, even villages were renamed by colonial and apartheid authorities over a period of over 300 years. Our people had names for all these features, but because of the colonial and apartheid administration, these names were either relegated or not recognized in official documentation. As we are all aware that for over 300 years, languages that were official in South Africa were Dutch and English, and then Afrikaans replaced Dutch. So if your feature was in isiXhosa or any Khoi and sign language, they were not recognized in South Africa. Now, the South African Geographical Names Council Act aims to reverse this legacy of colonialism and apartheid in terms of our geographical names. Now, in terms of doing its mandate, the South African Geographical Names Council advises the national minister responsible for naming. The same process is replicated at a provincial level, where a provincial geographical names committee is appointed under the leadership of minister responsible for sport, recreation, arts and culture. When a person in a locality wishes for a name to be changed, that person will approach maybe their councillor or their traditional leader and propose a name change. They will then give reasons why that name needs to be changed, either for historical reasons. Maybe a name existed before colonialism and the people in that place require that name to come back. Sometimes a colonial or apartheid name can be offensive. It can be offensive in terms of race or gender or ethnicity. Then people in that area will propose that the name be changed. Then the process will then unfold where this name is proposed and the authority, like a municipality, together with the Provincial Geographical Names Committee, will hold a public meeting. I I think the MPC has touched on the fact that a public meeting needs to happen before a name is changed. Normally, the Provincial Geographical Names Committee takes responsibility for the processing of the consultation. These days, Provincial Geographical Names Committees have access to media. They will advertise a meeting in media in that area. Date and time of the meeting needs to be advertised so that all people who would like to attend such meeting will then be present during the consultation meeting. The Provincial Geographical Names Committee is always encouraged to take minutes of all the meetings and attendance registers. This is very critical because in cases where there are people who oppose a name change, as has happened in this province, in the instance of the name change of Grahamstown to Makhanda, the people who took the minister and the Provincial Geographical Names Committee to court argued that there was no sufficient consultation. If there is a claim that there was no consultation, the minister who approved the name change has to present in court evidence that there was consultation. The only evidence that is always acceptable in court is minutes of meetings and attendance registers. The courts will even ask for evidence that the meetings were advertised for local people to attend and that all objections were attended to. During the consultation process, the Provincial Geographical Names Committee must also entertain all those people who are saying that a name must not be changed. And the consensus of the meeting, if it says that the name should be changed, then those who object to the name change should then also present evidence why the name should not be changed. Once the public consultation process has happened, then the Provincial Geographical Names Committee will then look at all the evidence. If it is satisfied that all the evidence is correct, it will then submit this information to the South African Geographical Names Council, which will in turn look at all the evidence and satisfy itself that there was public consultation before the name is submitted to it, and that there is evidence that meetings of the Provincial Geographical Names Committee were well advertised locally and people did attend the meetings. If the South African Geographical Names Council is of the view that the name followed correct procedures before it was submitted to it, it will then submit it to the minister for his consideration. If the minister is of the view that there was sufficient public consultation and that people in an area are supportive of a name change, then the minister can then approve that name change, which will then be gazetted. The gazetting of a name is a way of government advertising information about the names that have been changed. Once the minister has gazetted the name changes, the public has got 30 days to submit objections to those name changes. This province has got experience in terms of objections to names that have been changed. There have been objections on the name change of Grahamstown to Makanda, which even went to the High Court. The minister had to produce evidence in court that there was consultation at a local level before he approved the name change of Grahamstown to Makanda. I might even add that those who objected to the name change are still objecting as we speak. There is an appeal that has been lodged to the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein on that name change. So this matter is still ongoing. There were also objections raised during the last administration of the Metro of Nelson Mandela Bay against the name change of Port Elizabeth to Gqeberha. Minister did respond to all those objections, which ranged from the name has got no meaning. The name change is going to drive away tourists. The money for name changing can be used to build schools, create employment, or fix roads. Minister did respond to all these objections, and he sustained that the name changes that happened in the Eastern Cape are correct. I'm not very sure if there are going to be court challenges based on those names, especially Gqeberha, because the political administration in that area has changed. But we should always be careful that when we deal with these processes, we do public consultations. We do not take people for granted, because some of the people who object to the name changes will even be people who have been disadvantaged by colonialism and apartheid. It's not only white people who object. You will find black people who are raising objections that they prefer Ibai, they don't like Gqeberha. And there are people who say maybe we should have named that town Nelson Mandela Town, which will then give us a situation where most features in the Eastern Cape are named Nelson Mandela, as if it's the only name that deserves to be recognized in this province. That is the process that I would just wanted to highlight to everyone that we need to follow. I'm aware that there is a process that is being followed regarding the renaming of this very city that we're in today. I'm sure the province is going to follow the public consultation process very thoroughly and take minutes and attendance registers. Please do consider those people who are objecting to the name change that you are proposing before you submit anything to the South African Geographical Names Council. In all instances, Minister will ask us to produce evidence that there was sufficient public consultation. If the province continues by having those public consultations, we are going to have our names changed to reflect the cultures and our languages. I'm sure our traditional leaders and municipal authorities will also encourage people under their constituencies to propose names that will reflect their languages, their culture, and their heritage. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tembu. Thank you, Mr. Tembu. Mr. Tembu is our senior manager living heritage in the department, and a direct official that we also consult and work with in our processes of making sure that our work is combined and integrated with administrative prerogatives. What is next in the program now, my program as the chairperson, I'm going to call the chairperson of the Eastern Cape Provincial Council, Mr. Zukile Jodwan. We normally say councillor, not as in Trevor. A Trevor of names. Councillor Jodwan to brief us on the status report of PGNC so that we do not mix issues of whether it's Forte or the Fort or many others, but also he's going to give us insight in terms of our legislative review committee. Over to you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Council, Malundima, the Minister, the NGC, the Deputy Minister, and which one can we veteran? So now, I want to say veteran. Let me also take an opportunity to share what one does. Also, I think to all reps from municipalities that have honored the invitation, I'm requested to first present to the House the status report of the SPGNC and the progress that it has made. If we can move to the next slide. I think for this session, some might ask why is that quote relevant today? Also Harry Smith in 1847 addressing Inkosi Zamaxhosa said, your land shall be marked out and marked place that you will know. It shall be divided into counties, towns, and villages bearing English names. You shall learn to speak English at schools, which I will build for you. You may no longer be naked and wicked barbarians, which you will ever be, unless you labor and become industrious. You shall be taught to plow, and the commissary shall buy of you. You shall have trades, and you must teach your people to dance, timber, and hides, etc. To sell that you may learn the art of money and buy for yourself. You must learn that it is money that makes people rich by work and help me to make roads. I will pay you. You will tell me that many of your youth desire to go into colonies as servants. They shall be allowed to do so. Close quote. I think if then we talk about the issue of standardization of geographical names, I think it is befitting that in that context, we try to understand that the issue of standardization or of geographical place naming was a deliberate program and process to ensure that culture of those that were in dominant or that conquered Africa is maintained through geographical names and in most instances in language as well. So it is in that context that the South African government post-1994 embarked on a deliberate process to redress the imbalances of the past or the wrongs that have been committed in the past. And I felt when reading that it is befitting so that we understand where we come from. And the arguments then that are put forward for us are in that context to say, where are we coming from? So, and if you read the object of the Act says the SAGNC advises the Minister of Arts and Culture on names to be standardized on the transformation and standardization of geographical. Now, the two key words there, standardization and transformation of geographical. And it then goes further to say for official purposes. Now, the municipalities are here, I'm glad that in other institutions of government, that these names, when they're standardized for official purposes. So in Angola, I have a government department having letterheads that still contain King Williamstown, Port Elizabeth, Lublin, Macleay, Alwalmore, as the chairperson was outlining at the embassy, because names are standardized for official purposes. So it becomes a crime for any official to write Port Elizabeth. It's law. Once a name is standardized, then it becomes law. And if you break the law, you must then suffer the punishment. Yes, so I felt that we needed to put that away so that our minds are clear what is it that we're here to do. Then the ECPGNC, as a committee that has been established in terms of section 2, subsection 2, paragraph A of the South African Geographical Names Council Act 118 of 1998, in the province was established in 2003. As a new community, you then have to understand that because it was a new community, the community was keeping itself. And it was then faced with the challenge, one, of ensuring that it understands the Act, but also it developed policies that would help it to perform its task as required by law. Also, it had to, as a new community, it wanted to get support from everyone. But I think one of the things that we continue to talk about is political support. And we talk about political support, support from municipalities, support from government officials, politicians, and government level. So the committee, as a new committee, and that challenge, hence the committee in its first term, the MC quoted that from 2004 right through 2007, the committee managed to standardize or correct spellings of geographical features in the province. And about 24 of those names were standardized in that particular period. And then, but if you then go back to, some few years back, where the committee began to pick up the pace, the committee then began to pick up pace, I think it was in 2015, where it standardized about 167 geographical names. And in that process, so those names have been categorized into 3, and we had names that are correctly spelled in the name, with names that were registered place names, with names that were renaming or changing what is normally known now as name changes. And amongst the names that have been standardized since 2015, we can mention those names such as Alwal North, which is Manitwine, Jamestown, to James Kalaka, King Williamstown, and others. But I think key in these names, and it's something that we must normalize as people from the Eastern Cape, that we must not only flag I think it's mentioned at the end, but we must flag such names that, like Alice, Arsenal Prof. Alice, so the University of Fort Hare is a TK, not Alice campus, but the TK campus, it's an official name. So those are the names that are not profiled, like Nagra, and these are names that need to be profiled so that they reach the same level as the NEFA has reached in terms of the media. Mount Fletcher, I remember we were in Mount Fletcher in one of the public consultations. We were told the story of who Fletcher was. And, if I will have permission to, I just want to touch on the state of Fletcher. So that you see, I think there was one member of the community who asked, who proposed this name. At the time, we did not pay much attention to the Protection of Personal Information Act at the time. But fortunately, the applicant was in the meeting. He says, I proposed the name, and I will tell you who Fletcher is. And then he began to narrate that. When Fletcher's friend built a factory for sandals, factory in Baghdad, Fletcher built a prison. And there was a law that was passed that said all those who were found to be barefoot in town will be arrested and sent to prison. So in this sense, Fletcher was forcing people to go and buy from his friend. Of course, he could, but Tinage, we illustrious to say, we ended up buying one pair of sandals so that when someone goes to town, we are as houses they got that pair of sandals. So we can go and take the sandals. But it is the history that is associated with it. So Mount Fletcher, the lady was standardized to Qatar, and these names must be on the tip of our tongue so that they are all known that these are names that have been standardized in the province. And of these names that have been standardized, you would see that in the graph that most of the names that have been standardized deals with correction of spelling, followed, which is about 60 names that have been corrected spellings in that period. And then followed by 72 names, and followed by 54 names that deals with the renaming, and about 22 of the names are for registration of new settlement of new names. And it shows you that even though we are getting praise in the Eastern Cape, but those names are not enough because the geographical landscape in the province still reflects that which we previously know. And it means that more work needs to be done. As the province currently, if you can move two slides down, as the province, or as we move two slides down, I cannot forget this. There are two airports that have been standardized in the province. The airport in East London, which was East London Airport, and the airport in Gambia, which are now officially named, and you will see when we land or get into that, it's King Paulo Airport, and it's Chief Livingston on the side. So those are some of the work that we do. But currently, the province has received about 12 applications. Some of those applications we've gone through a process of public consultation. We've gone to Kradok, we've gone to Morgan's Bay, we've gone to Great Kai, like in Kaimau, we've gone to Louis Plus. So the proposal was that to rename Kradok to Nuba. In Nuba, it's if you understand the development of this course as a language, it is based on the interaction between the Khoi and the Nguni. And then it was born as a language, it's course. And some of the names that are used in coin, they remain as such. So Ingoba original is a coin name, which is now adopted as a Xhosa name, referring to a river. Hence the municipality says Ingoba Yethemba, Ilam Yethemba, which we all know as Ingoba, a great fish, a great fisherman. So the name Ingoba refers to a river. So that name is being brought up as part of the process of restoring names, because once you talk about Khoi language and Khoi names, it begins to restore. And if you go to the constitution about the promotion of languages, indigenous languages, you take that into that consideration. Then we have publications for Ghana, abantu baphathe bathi kudala yasibona ndawo kwaseKhanada, Morgan's Bay to Gaga, Evekesi, Station, Move. We were also corrected. We were also corrected to say it's not move. It's in move. In because of the flower in the move the flower over so even most yes. So trying to pull out a flower, then it becomes red. So and it is a flower that was found in that area. So you have to what move, but we correct by the application itself. We still have to confirm with Pensal on the correct orthography of that name. Then similarly, I'll go at the most official name of the bay. It's alcohol. Hey, I find on this one because I come from that region. There is no feature called Nelson Mandela Bay. You won't find it anywhere. The bay that is, it bay, I think Udiche would agree with me, is a geographical feature describing a particular feature between the land and the sea. It was clean. Yeah. So the official name of that bay is Algoa Bay. Now, for some reason, everyone is taken to say Nelson Mandela Bay. So there is nothing called official Nelson Mandela Bay. That's slang to Olela Muchi, Siayo, Shali Bay. So the application, I think, seeks to then make it official to rename the Nelson Mandela Bay. And if I go Maspala, it's a feature that is not defined in terms of geography. About the geography, although I think it becomes important that we explain this as part of capacity building that some of the names that we tend to use and normalize are not official names of such features that we want to refer to. So this application seeks then to make that. Then we received an application for the standardization of the forge, which is named after Lieutenant Colonel John Hare, a commander of the British regiment in the 8th Frontier War, 2019. So that fort, which is in the precinct of Ikume, or in the vicinity of Ikume, within the precinct of the now, which is called a university. That is a application that we receive. We have not received because we don't have jurisdictions on the names of the university as an institution. So the name is referring to a fort. So that's the application that we counting on, not the university. Because I felt that the story in the dispatch today, it's not necessarily a correct reflection of what the application is. And for us, then is to explain the application and the process that the SCPGNC is to undertake in ensuring that we do consult stakeholders. We had the University of Forte to engage that. And I think some of the names, they are straightforward, the game base, the mention of Congo, that there is an application to rename Ikombo as a suburb to Clemens Kadali. I think there was a process that was followed to the renaming of East London, and the proposal then, which was taken to the SAGC, was that East London be Ikombo, and we advised that that would be a communication. So there is a process that seeks to rename the suburb in the. Now I understood, Chair, to see the Jomoso. Every cause is a story in the context of God. No, you know the Then there are the application for Colchester, which is just when you enter Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipal boundaries. There's a station there and a settlement called Colchester, really into Nukagama. Nukagama is a coin name for grassy water or green grassy water. And then I think the last one that I want to call it now, I think the history must be told about Abu Tilden and Abu Pinti and others. So that application of Tilden to Steve Biko, it's something that also must bring in the history with that these areas doesn't reflect our own. It's something that we still have to go and consult and do further research on. So those are the applications that, as I'm learning, Chairperson, of course, any process has got its own challenges. And some of the challenges I have mentioned before that we have not had much support from municipalities in ensuring that. I mean, I was complaining in one municipality, even in Makana, when you get into Makana from the N2, coming from Kabera, there's a municipal board that says welcome to Kanemstown. That is a municipal board, it's not Sandra. So municipalities must help us where they've got jurisdiction in those things to ensure that they change. And obviously, I believe, Upuma Yantar, I believe once or twice that day, we will come to Uganda, but that is a municipal board. So municipalities must then take charge. And one of the challenges is that it is municipalities themselves who resist this process. Yet municipalities are agents for change, so they must be able to ensure that they move with the time and ensure that if Unyako Maspala does not want the rules, how do we expect that the ordinary citizens to embrace the process? So it is in that context that we say municipalities must take charge. But we must mention that in a few municipalities, we went to great time. I think as a PGNC, I appreciate the support that we received from that municipality, from political leadership to the staff complement of that municipality. And I think that municipality deserves a round of applause. I want to urge other municipalities that when we go to these municipalities, we need assistance to work together, because the features that we talk about, they are within municipal boundaries. There is also, I think, one of the elements is cooperation between government entities. It's disappointing to hear a senior official in government leading a particular department saying, I need you network there. means that that department won't embrace that change. And we urge Sandra to say, part of what you must be doing is budget, when you budget, is to budget for the name changes of these boards, on these boards. So we gazetted names are not going to be amended. I think that's one of the challenges. And about why schools, I'm not standardized, takes now on this body. And that's one. Of course, the economy administrative support. And there are some challenges in the, the reasoning, the power, all the challenges of the higher way, again, some Kilanas, what is called, and the issue of public awareness. I think public has not been, I think we have not been playing our role in ensuring that we raise the level of public awareness, such that when these consultations are called, people have the horns, raise their views, assist us in getting more names forward. The Zamani Uchi, Lalumas, which that is the progress of the system. That's where we are. And we hope that the current team will take the process forward. Thank you very much, Chair. And yes, you know,
we are really moving. A question, Councillor Chapman. We now request a representative from SANPA in response to the vote of Mutari. Mr. Kize, we are at your mercy together with the entity from Minister Max, and that we work together in this. There was a letter, several letters that Minister wrote to all the entities saying, please come on board, the country, your country needs you, because we cannot do this on our own. So my request is that you respond, give us insights, sell us hope, so that we know that as we deliberate and resolve on these names, that by seeing, then it will be evident that we have done the right thing. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, South African Geographical Names Council, Eastern Cape Provincial Geographical Names Committee, Amakosi, Imhlobo kubanzi, ngiyazibulisela. Igama lami nginguKhwezi Mkhize. Ngivile loba kuthiwa ngithuka kwa-Sanral, but I just wish to correct that. So our Department of Transport. Department of Transport is one of the infrastructure service providers that are responsible for infrastructure development within South Africa and within Eastern Cape. But obviously, with transport, we are responsible for the delivery of infrastructure in terms of
roles within the Eastern Cape. Fortunately, the interaction between the Department of Sports and Culture and the South African, no, the Eastern Cape Provincial Geographical Names Committee, it started with myself within the Department of Transport through the office of Mr. Mandit. I think we started engaging in 2018. The idea was that we engaged with the standardization of the road signs and things, you know. I think as a department, COVID, you know. We started preparing and engaging with programs as that is speaking to the standardization of things quite early in 2018. And I can report now that we have a project that was advertised on the 3rd of December and closed on the 20th of January. It's a framework contract. The name of the framework contract is it's called Framework Agreement for Repairs and Maintenance of Road Signs and Road Marking in the Eastern Cape. We've allocated, as part of our commitment, we've allocated an annual budget of about 12 million for the current financial year. And the program or the project is a 36 months project, which is about 3 years. Each and every year we intend that that 12 million will increase. I just wish to stress that the driver and the project here was our engagement with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Previously, we didn't have specific projects for road signs and road markings. Those projects used to come out of the projects themselves, like the construction projects and so on and so on. But this one is specific, and the driver here was the engagement with sports and culture regarding the issue of the standardization of things. Chief Director, Nikki message city. By doing so, we are committing ourselves to the process, and we are committing ourselves to ensuring that is the department in ensuring that the process of implementation of the change of the road signs does become a reality. With those words, to MEC and all stakeholders involved for the invitation, the city Department of Transport is amongst the many stakeholders involved. I mean, the municipality, the SARA, as well as ourselves that are responsible. But on behalf of transport, City United, we support the programs. South African Geographical Names Council, so Chief Makama, was.
I really appreciate that. And the program for the aspect, it challenge to skin an animal Now, when you do it, there must be someone holding the animal for you. Now, in this instance, I'm skinning the animal and holding it myself. So, it's a very interesting dichotomy or misnomer, or in fact, an oxymoron. So I mean, I'm too honest. I nearly said that the joke I mean deep something. So I realized that I can't say that here. But in Venezuela, okay. Now, what I'm going to do, is basically what I think we need to concern ourselves with. And the purpose is that I'm going to say, in a way, must assist this province to remain at the top of its game. And we can only do that if we start to get inspired. Every time I hear people from the Eastern Cape speak, what is it that you who are remaining can offer other than who is relevant to be from the province of legends? They are gone. In my other life, I was called upon to address a certain gathering. I won't say which one. And in the address, I spoke about non-Muslims. And I said this, and I'm going to repeat it here. She remains my hero.
Exactly.
And she remains my hero because I don't think there was anything wrong that she did. She prophesied and told her people what she had seen. And she told them what they needed to do. And they did not do it. And we know the results. Do we know what would have happened had they done what she ordered them to do? We don't. But we are quick to believe that there was this guy who left his wife over weekend to go to another town, and he got lost, went to a different town, and he got swallowed by a fish. We believe that story. And we can't realize that this man disappeared for 3 days over the weekend. The point that I'm making is that we are so quick to embrace things that have got nothing to do with us and reject those that have got everything to do with us. Because we get told that that which is ours is not good enough. And I'm taking advantage that we've got traditional leaders in our midst. Because these should be the custodians of our heritage preservation. No one else. Forget about the professors and so forth. They go there and regurgitate what they heard from an old man under a tree saying, and then what he researched, and then they are expected, when they're actually saying what an old man under a tree told them. Once they say, whereby in terms of what you call Islam, which are added, how can speaking a language determine your intelligence? You don't become intelligent because you can speak a language. A language is a form of communication. People who are intelligent are those old men under the trees, who, when we want, we do what we call research, we go to them and ask them questions. And the answer you ask, we write, we record them, and then we reproduce what they told us, and then we can confirm with degrees. True or not, this one is a specialist on this. Let's turn the talk at once. Let us become specialists. So I want to say that local government structures and traditional houses should be used as beehives of activity in terms of bringing about change in this country. Politicians, politicians, when you tell them, let us do this, this is an unfunded mandate. It is unfunded mandate because you don't know what to do. Ask and say, if this is an unfunded mandate, how do I make it a funded mandate? If it's an unfunded mandate, I was telling one friend of mine, he works for the Auditor General, after the Auditor General released this adverse report of municipalities which did not reach unqualified report. By the way, in auditing, well, if they say you've received a qualified report, don't go and print t-shirts and celebrate. Oh, it's bad. The qualified report is bad. It's unqualified that is good. So they received qualified reports. And he said, yeah, these municipalities can get clean audits. I said, no, you don't understand our communities. If in a municipality there's a bridge that connects villages, that bridge is there. In their next budget, they don't budget for that bridge because they have the bridge. But if floods come and sweep the bridge away, they will have to replace that big bridge because the bridge connects villages. So they will use money budgeted for something else to fix the bridge. And an auditor in his black suit and black bag, everything black, comes and says, qualified audit, unauthorized expenditure, unauthorized and irregular expenditure, because there's nothing in the budget for the bridge. So what am I saying? I'm saying let us live on that as long as we bring about transformation of the heritage landscape. But we must be very careful. We must be very careful that when we bring about this transformation, we do not ourselves become like our former oppressors. Let me explain what I mean by that. You cannot continue to honor our heroes by erecting statues. There are many ways in which we can honor our heroes. Instead of a statue, why don't you have a library in the name of that hero? Because at the end of the day, you have this many statues here, the Mora, the Doshi, the Kakara, the Nonyane, like Bonkuka Square, And what transformation does it bring in? What transformation does it bring in? But I'm saying local government, it's a pity that Salga is not here. I wanted to have a commitment from Salga. That Salga will assist local government structures as a representative of municipalities to begin to work in earnest in assisting to transform the heritage landscape. I must start by a disclaimer. I think I've already confessed as to who am I. My great-grandfather was hanged by a hook. Okay. And then an opportunity arose that I should change the name for Kuka's Street. I was responsible for the name change of Kuka's Street. And an opportunity presented itself to change Kuka in England. And this man killed my great-grandfather. And I didn't fall into that trap. That's why even today you still have Kuka in Pretoria. And this is what I told the mayor was there. And I said to him, what I would rather have is that we must bring the presence of Hoshimampu in Church Square so that there must be a conversation between Hoshimampu and the Anrane. You must start asking him, why did you kill me? To conclude the conversation. So if they occupy the same space, you go to Port Shepstone. You've got the statue of Lord Shepstone, I think that's his name. And in the same space, there's a contract. The same is the statue of Church. Now, if you look at the two, this one is so big, it's condensing on Church. I hate that image. I hate that image. I would stand for an image of a statue like that of Madiba in the Indian building. And I'll tell you why I like that one. His feet are on the ground. He's not standing on top of a 3-meter platform and high up. No, he's standing on the ground. And he's imposing himself on the whole city of Pretoria. So coming back to that thing, appropriateness. Let's when we honor our people, honor them appropriately. Don't come with this He's not even my height. And you will expect people to respect that miniature thing for a victim. But linked to that, now I'm becoming very controversial. We celebrate many things. The airport. What do you call the airport? Why king? Why king?
Well, he was the king of the Macron.
No. Our king is cause. We don't have king is cause. I don't know Tosa, but I know we don't have king. You understand what I'm saying? And Kumkam has never been the equivalent of a king. But you hear what I'm saying? So I'm saying this of our own. We should give them a name that is appropriate and even argue that the name is above that of a king of England. Not equal. You understand what I'm saying? But what happened, then you go to the airport in that place I cannot probably call again. You go west now, you say, chief. Show me one single chief in Europe. One. Chief Nelson or Chief whoever, in England, in fact in Europe, Chief one. Have you ever heard of him? Who said we must call our people chiefs? So I call on our traditional leaders to lead us properly in our traditions. Lead us properly in our traditions. I want to, if you know that and I was with my younger brother. As we got into the cemetery, I stopped my younger brother. I said, "You must go back." And I asked why. They said, "No, this thing that is well is not okay." So you must either come in a jacket or if it's a jeans, you must be covered. So for that reason, they didn't allow me to get into this. And the person we are playing is our brother. This is our funeral, and they stop us. And then I called one of them. He's wearing this work suit. I said, "Do you think this is the jacket? You come in an overall here and then tell people they don't have a jacket." And I then said, "Who told you when a person is coming to a cemetery must be the jacket?" Because I don't remember us as a family meeting and saying people who come to bury us must wear jackets. He's wearing a two-piece swimsuit. What suit? Yeah, Volkswagen or what. And then he says he's wearing a jacket. But that's not the issue. The issue is who said he must wear a jacket in order to bury a person. You know, I was involved in the negotiations of marriage for a friend of mine in Davao. And I realized that when these people, whoever speaks, to put something here, whether a piece of cloth and so forth. And so that man Kalama is no one I put it here. But even today, I don't know why I was doing it. 7. You know what item number 7 we're going to read now? Everyone contributes on items 7 because we all eat. So they bring this poor traditional in Pretoria, by the way. Yes, they put them there. They acknowledge them. There's no impact that they make in cancer. They can't even raise a point of order. This is it. And then lunchtime they are taken to the speaker's office as if they are going to be given different food. No, they eat the same food that we eat. So you can't be food eaters. You must be agents of change. And when you go to cancer, there must be something that you can do to transform the society.
Thank you, Councillor Mustafa. Thank you very much. You said it's item 7. Yes, it's 10 or 15. 10 or 15, I think 10 some of them will have to explain. I've just forgotten years, but how you locate it in language, but I'm sure it's one it's also there because in Isizulu they also have I've just forgotten what they call it, but it's 15. Anything with food in Buni, I think it stays there. And I don't know why Mr. Natile is not nodding and giving me that confidence there, but it's 15, something to do with number 15. Yes. I'm going to call 3 chairpersons of subcommittees because all members are here so that we wrap the program and close it and entertain this 15 issue. But I'm going to call Mr. Mlaus to come briefly 5 minutes. I'll be the timekeeper to tell us what the Education Research Committee and Training Education does. And then after that is going to be Mr. Mamman, who will also come and tell us about the planning. And I think is the best advocate of this, the chairperson of this committee, in explaining exactly what transpires. And then Councillor Jovana as well, the legislative review component. We read it, we've been allocated 15 minutes before food is taken off the shelving dishes because we have not eaten. And then if there are any questions, then we'll proceed just for 5-10 minutes, but all in all, everything should happen in 50 minutes. All of that is needed here. Come closer. Yeah, when people exceed time, it's either there's someone who sings a song, or or I come and take away the mic. So I know I cannot do that to you, my honorable councillor, because you are always on time.
Okay. We have to follow instructions as disciplined councillors. But let me start by greeting DDG Nima, for leading this committee or council and allowing us space as councillors to do our work in assisting the department to fulfill its mandate that of transforming the heritage landscape. Chairperson, thank you so much. Wise man, the fountain of knowledge is being referred to with a number of names, from the veteran and you really, but on a serious note, all protocols observed. Our Mahosi, council members, secretariat, you're welcome and thank you so much for listening to me. I'm here on behalf of a committee called ERTCA, which is a collage of responsibilities, but as requested, we are going to limit our presentation to 5 minutes, and we've requested that those that need to learn more about what needs to be done as far as this committee is concerned, we are around here until Saturday. We are always at your service. So as and when you need any clarity, please let us know. There is a quotation that says, play your part in the transformation of the place names. It's not just there for the sake of being a quotation, but it's talking about us as a country, as individuals, as organizations, everybody else as per the act that we have a role to play. So this process that has been outlined here from the beginning, from when the chairperson was giving her first opening remarks up to now, it's more on the process when it comes to name changes. And we say play your part. It's an inclusive process. It's not a government issue, it's not a municipality issue, but it's a South African issue that we need to play our role in the transformation of our country. I am a Chibeta speaking person. While this process were being outlined, something came to mind that says, Udiwama Kuru Nuhuzu. The diversity of culture and languages. But it simply says for you to appreciate and acknowledge your grandmother or grandfather, you will need to be informed that that is your grandmother or your grandfather. So for us to start appreciating the role that we need to play, we need to be aware of the importance of this process. So our committee is more on awareness, to make people aware that they have a role to play, as I indicated. I come from a heritage, sector. They say that which is important, for you to value it, first you need to be aware of it. And once you are aware of it, then you start valuing it. Care about it, that's when we talk about preservation and promotion. And then we want to understand it more, then you go to research and research about it. And it's very important that those questions that are being asked here, why king? Why chief? It's good and well to say king, but what informs that? So we need to dig deep and do research so that when we name our places, because remember, heritage is about identity. Do we identify with king? Do we identify with research? But anyway, I think I'm on my 2.5 seconds now. The mandate of ERTCA is to advise on education, research, training, communication, and creating awareness of the role that the SNGLC does in our country. So It's through an act, and it was not just established for the sake of establishment, but there is a role, and that's what we are here for today. And we expect Department and Council to assist ERCA over and above this capacity building, to continue with its work of making people aware of the importance, of this heritage that previously was looked down upon and distorted. So through name changing, we think that it's just about changing names, but we're also rewriting the history, the historic history, so that we come up with the correct history, hence transformation. So we transform even the historical information that we have fed on a daily basis, so that we are on the same page, the former oppressed and former oppressors, in building this country. Something that we do as a committee as well is that fully compliant name applications are submitted to us. So fully compliant, we'll talk about SOPs, but the application form has to be compliant for us to adjudicate on it. And once we've adjudicated, all findings shall be submitted or reported to the bigger forum, which will start tomorrow for ratification, and then taken over to the minister for approval, because he is the only one who does that. So as indicated, we have been established as a committee to assist the council in discharging its duties in relation to ERCA, that is education, research, training, communication, and awareness. And then we have got a number of functions that we do when discharging this mandate as a committee. First, as indicated, it's education, where we capacitate PGMC members about the legislation that formed this council. The handbook which becomes our guiding for our Bible, policies and related matters. Over and above the education part of it, we're charged with the mandate to train PGMC on a number of things, especially map reading, GIS, image interpretation, in order to assist applicants on issues of compliance. You see, this issue of compliance is coming time and again, because it's very important. And the compliance part of it is not only about getting the form, but it's issues of consultation that everybody here was talking about. Those processes, I wish all our mayors or MECs, councillors throughout the country had an understanding as well as that of the MEC, because she seemed to understand all the processes, and it makes it easier. I'm not surprised that the Eastern Cape is a trendsetter when it comes to name changes, but of course it's because of its geographic nature, but we still have a lot to do. So if you go to percentages, you'll find that Eastern Cape is not necessarily number one. That's why I put the figures. Right, the other thing that we need to do is to create awareness, come up with awareness strategies to empower government and government departments, municipalities, institutions of hiring, general members of the public on the role that they need to play. But of importance, to advise the public in the PGMCs to prioritize the review of offensive names. We still have those offensive names, and we don't relate to that, but we still refer to these names as if they are ours. So which means we are still perpetuating, that kind of mentality in which we are looking down upon our own heritage. Yes, of course, after we receive applications, there's also issues of verifications, analyze the documentation that is in the application. We review all the supporting documents from notices, adverts, attendance registers, you name it. And of course, where there are gaps, especially when it comes to research, we encourage PGMCs, because we know issues of capacity is a problem throughout the country, to work closely with institutions of higher learning where they have got researchers to verify some of these things. I'll just give an example of the names that we're looking at on Friday, Chairperson, as I buy time. There was an application, Mr. John Warner, called Happy Valley that needs to be changed to Happy Valley. But then the name thereof on the application form, they say is it close? Happy Valley, but I don't want to go further. It could be close. Then there's issues of communication as part of our mandate. So we are assisting the compilation of communication policies and the plan, both internal and external. And also communicate the issues of due diligence to the PGNCs. The due diligence that I was talking about, that prior to you submitting the form, please double check and verify so that we don't have MPV. Advice on the development of communication material, posters, banners that you see, we contributed on that. So these are the documents that we look into as a committee. The handbook, as I indicated, the standard operating procedures, and the application form. We'll have an opportunity to take you through this. That even when you are the trendsetter, but there's still gaps that we identified as a committee. And they are along these guiding documents. And of course, we are here to assist with regards to that. Siyabonga.
Ingathi me the stage is yet. All the lights. So is this a place to be famous with all the cameras in front of you? Chairperson, Director, Ms. Vanessa Bati, the Chairperson, Martin Son, of course, on board. MEC, from my main absentia, our teacher, TDG, Sabbath College. Ingos International Leaders, Ingos of Kanyama, on police police. Everyone present here today, members of the meeting included. Colleagues, we don't have much time, we have 5 minutes each. My name is Sikyo Magunangwana. I am the chairperson of the Western Cape PGNC. I have stand here today as the chairperson of the Bringing Budgeting Performance and Reporting Committee. In short, I would just say it's a very committee. It's a mouthful. Very, very quickly, colleagues. My next slide here, I'll talking very quickly. I will talk about the objective, the functions of this committee, the planning and reporting by subcommittees of council, the PGNCs through council. We'll talk about budgeting, we look at the support for PGNCs, and then we'll conclude. Before I start, you all have received this very quickly. If you look at on your first page, 4A. 4A refers to the functions of SAGNC, which is the establishment of the PGNCs. Keeping that in mind, turn the left and 5A, B, and C. They all talk to the function of the PGNC and how it relates or should relate to their SAGNC. Then lastly, At point number 7, which is liaising with the National Council. So what we do as a committee, then focus on how the PGNC relates to the SHNC, how the PGNC reports to the PGNC, and how the National Council supports the PGNC. Our goal objective is to develop, align, and review the planning, the performance, the budgeting, and reporting function of the National Council or the SHNC. In terms of the functions that will be managed is to develop the Council's annual report. This is a requirement in terms of the Act, and this report is tabled in Parliament by the Minister. We also develop the charter for the Council, which guides how the Council conducts its business or its meetings. We then draft and align the Council's own annual plans to be in alignment with the Department's own annual plan. We then assess and review the annual plans of the subcommittees, the PGNCs, and the Council through the use of planning and reporting templates. Just for the ease of everyone, when I say DSAC, that's the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And when I say PGNC, Provincial Geographical Names Committees, these are all names. So I just say PGNC and I just say DSAC. And you all know by now what does SAGNC stands for. Furthermore, in terms of the functions, is to offer support to the PGNCs in now developing their own annual plans. If you're planning to drive from Geographical to Sweden, you need a plan that will change with that. You need to know what you need to do, you need budget for your fuel, etc., etc. This plan also assists the committee in the provinces in terms of what they intend to do. If you want to engage the department provincially for funding, for example, you cannot ask for money when they don't know what you intend to do with the funding that you request. That's why it's very important that the committees develop their own annual plans as well. We also monitor the establishment of the PGNCs. Currently, Northwest, Free State, and the Northern Cape have not established their own PGNCs. I know that in the Free State it was and back in it lacked. Chesterton mentioned in error the Western Cape in this list. In the Western Cape there is the PGNC colleagues. It's the Northwest that doesn't have the Free State and the Northern Cape. Furthermore, then we are tasked with dealing with the matters which have been delegated by Council to this subcommittee. In terms of the planning and reporting mandate, we focus on strengthening the corporate governance system through the standardized planning and reporting templates for the subcommittees and PGNCs to Council. As I move on, my colleague has now mentioned as well that we are available after this session to further engage anyone who wants to ask us about this particular work which we do for the Council. Because as I stand here now, unfortunately with my 5 minutes, I cannot go into detail, but we are available to engage with your colleagues should you wish to engage us, including the colleague from Sandra, I'm glad that he's here. We'll be looking for him. I'm glad he's here. In terms of the budgeting colleagues, to establish a budget funding framework for the subcommittees, the PGNCs, and Council. This is a framework which guides all of these structures on how to put their own budgeting together. And we do make a proposal just for interest and chairperson in our last meeting. We then firstly, we have identified funding as a common problem across all the different provincial committees. And as a committee, something which we will present tomorrow in our report is a proposal that the funding be kept between 1.3 and 1.5 million. But that is a proposal, and that each committee must have a financial plan in place if they are to ask for funding from the department. What kind of support do the PGNCs get from the National Council? One,
is the support in developing their own annual plans. We did receive a few requests from the provinces that they would like to be assisted in putting together their own annual plans. Further support is to propose funding framework, whether funded by the departments or funded by the provincial departments. I have now mentioned just now the cap in terms of funding at 1.3 to 1.5 million. The capacity building and awareness during council meetings, something which we are doing here today. We have put together a matrix for the provincial committees, which now basically looks at the budget currently, the nature of support which the committee gets from the provincial department, but most importantly, the challenges, the budget, of course, the challenges which they are all confronted with. And then from there, we then reduce all the challenges, identify which ones where the council can sort of intervene. And just leave it at that, we do identify those challenges. Each of the provinces in the last financial year, they did complete this matrix. Eastern Cape did, Limpopo did, everybody did. So we know basically what now are the challenges which the committees are faced with. And we've made some proposals to council, and that includes funding, of course. And then lastly, the role of the provincial departments in supporting efficiencies. We've also identified that as well. I think my colleagues have also mentioned that as well, Mr. John mentioned that as well. It's a challenge which is almost common across the different provinces. I will go further on that one. As I conclude, the last slide is a thank you slide. I would, however, that's my name, you see now I'm famous. You see now I'm famous. As I now conclude, I would like us to show you very, very briefly the structure, the organogram of the department, of the SAGSC in relation to the department. Can we have that slide up, please? Thank you. The slide with the organogram. In case you're wondering how is the structure of the council vis-a-vis in the department. Here we go, that's the one. Just a nutshell, please. You can see Mr. Lima's name is there, so I wanted to see his name. All right, colleagues, and on top is the minister who is the executive authority, and then on the left-hand side is the deputy minister. On the right-hand side is the DG, Mr. Kizen, and then below him is the DDG, Mr. Lima, who's present here today. And then below him is the chief director, Mr. Lana Felch, who is not here with us today. And below him is Mr. Jembu, who is also here today as well. If you look at the structure, just look where the council is in relation to the minister. You will then know how then to be report as a council to the department and who to be accountable and who has appointed this council. On the left-hand side, you've got three subcommittees of council: legislation, led by Mr. Chobana here, performance planning by myself, one, and then the after education and research by my colleague was here just now, Mr. Murabusi. And the level of council is supported by the secretariat. You can see down there, Ms. Mtebu, she is everywhere. I just can't say now. Mr. Mtebu assists the work of the council at the secretariat. Now at the bottom you see the 9 provinces. Now this was done last year. There are some few changes. Northwest has still left, is not active. Limpopo is now not active, yes. The Free State still left. Free State was there. They've been appointed, but not really appointed. Not sure what's going on in there. The Western Cape, well, I'm here, I'm evidence, it's there. Umalanga, to lapse, is now active now, before to make in a good sitting in the front from the province. of the rising sun. Northern Cape still have relapsed. Eastern Cape active, Gauteng active. KZN, it was not active at the time, but it is now active. So all these provinces are now active, those that were not active. So this gives you sort of an open overall picture in terms of the structure of the council vis-a-vis in a department. I think I'm going to stop on that one. Again, repeat and say that the members of the PGNC or whoever else want to engage us as the subcommittee chairperson will be available this afternoon to engage you. And I request to Sandra to please stay behind. So if you can please stay behind. With those few words, thank you very much for this.
Next.
This is Aram, who alive. I will ask Secretary just to project the presentation. And I think I will be very quick. I won't pay lip service to being short, but I will be very quick. Whilst I'm waiting for the presentation to be flighted, I was responding to the deputy chairperson of the SAGs. I'm looking to say, now this is not a real corrupt about responsibility Tanzania. There is a river called Tanzania that passes through that area. That can be about Tanzania, but in Tanzania. Yeah. No, just quickly while the presentation is being invited. The subcommittee that I'm representing is called the Legislative Review Policy Framework. Key in its performance or in this task is to ensure that we advise Council on matters that relate to the legislation and any review thereof. Also to advise Council on areas that deal with policy and institutional framework. So that's the work that we do as this subcommittee. And this subcommittee, I think all the subcommittees are established in terms of section, I think it's section 7 of the Act, where it says all subcommittee, coming can have its own subcommittee. So we can move to the next slides. So this committee, as I said, yes, that is the mandate of the committee. I'm not going to repeat it. People will be provided with that. But just to indicate that one of us that we have to say that is always referred to Act 118 of 1998, which was the second one after the Municipal Local Government Municipal Structures Act. This one comes after that one. Now, our role then, when Council took a decision, I think in 2019, it said, having analyzed and looked at the Act because of the dynamic nature of the legislative environment and also because of the core challenges that are there or that we find ourselves to the next slide. There are a number of elements that have been identified for review. For example, section 2 of the section 2K of the SHAC Act to include the role of the MEC and also the object of the PGNC, because it just says one of the functions of council is to facilitate the establishment of provincial committees. And therefore, that section needs to be reviewed so that it's in line with what is happening in terms of the norms within council. Then the other element that relates to the act itself would be as it relates to section 3, which I think section 4 on the term of office of council. Currently, the term of office of council is 3 years, and our experience with COVID has taught us that the previous council only had about a year and a half to perform its task. So then the term came to an end. So the council was then proposing that we review the term to 5 years, so that it we're able to talk on a lot of them. They are there, but just key that I want to raise would be to show the act where it talks about those should be our Bible. And we will find that this council that there is a need to strengthen policy perspective of council, and such policies include how agencies operate, because you find that KZN will be doing its own thing, and Western Cape or the Eastern Cape. So we want to bring alignment to all provinces. Hence, we have a draft policy operations of PGNCs. The other policy is that even though the act consultation, and this is what we have been challenging on. So councillors then policy on consultation, which seeks to guide every one of us on how the stakeholders and identify what will be as consultation, and hope that also in terms of the roadmap, those policies would to give them guidelines guidelines and policies for all local and municipalities on the policies. So the policies that were created, especially on consultation, development of their own policies for consultation in the space of geographical and what we are all about. I don't want, please, something of my. Thank you very much.
Oh, somebody.
From our side, we must be compliant. And thank you to all this input. I'm going to ask if there are any questions. Questions? Short ones. All is clear. Yes, I'm going to note that yes. Yes, by people on the ground, I can't see the light blocking me. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Yes. Every day, and all protocols of safety, which will village in Gosaza, also in Mamak. I'm not to comment on that 40 is the name that is being and I would love to just let whoever is going to talk so to ministry and give us spell today. Why, if there's none, no end, municipalities who do not obey the law, second law, And three, I love to ask why it is responsible. Where we have history books that actually bring about these changes. Thank you.
Lord, time controlles inabile kuyobona iseba kwese-original structure. Ngokwe-experience yethu thina as an institution we are thankful for introducing this process. It may not be recognized by most people as the most important part of our society to make sure that we understand the of this change and also to recognize that the input here gratitude anyone. It's also not include or exclude or of any time period to make sure that it's summarized and represented in a way that may also very true not want to be used to as such a view of not is the case. So those viewpoints from afar, especially support the talking about this leaders, we want to support it.
Liberation War veterans. Mine is just about to check if there's a synergy between the stakeholders in terms of naming the elements and accessing the municipalities. And this is what I think is going to be even easier than going to the state. Just to be those steps around with the municipalities so that this can be realized. Thank you.
which I think maybe they can look at. All about the changing of names, but if you go to municipality, they also, even if it's a king, municipality or this land, if you go to say five artists, the king municipality, if you go to other countries, for instance, if you go to a swimming pool in municipality, it's still the swimming pool. Not swimming pool at all. So I understand those names. And
my colleagues to assist our councillor and then councillor and then the DG to do the things that we asked on this. Over to you, Councillor.
which talks about representation at the local level. It's best for us to explain is that how to even police for municipalities and county municipalities that they don't call municipal assets people which was raising some like municipality and so on. That is the responsibility of the municipalities. And we have five municipalities to establish committees to call committees that established in terms of municipal structures and which would be broken. Section 79 code. Section 79 code is a copy and account to total money the representation that level will then be drawn from council. PSC, they are what we call targets that are for people to apply or to be nominated to the representative to part of the members of the institutions. And once those people are nominated or apply themselves and they are appointed according to that process, then you can act and it's defined in terms of section 3. That is the public access process. But I must indicate that in the PGS, we do have I don't want to say a representative, but we do have a person who participates a lot in coin activities like the name of customer and so that the name of is the activities around coin. I would like to use the case because it says the is one balance or the so I use the coin as a collective. So that's the first question representation. And we know representation and this is very
The question is, how do we ensure that those people who are supposed to apply and observe change are held legally responsible to do so? In other words, there must be an enforcement way of ensuring that the changes that we effected are observed in that. You cannot that way. You cannot go and say you are changing and still remain the same. So how do we do that? And I want to be clear with the question by my colleague asked to say how do we use or how do we manage to expedite low-hanging fruit. That's what I want to discuss. Low-hanging fruit is activities within the jurisdiction of municipalities, which will not require an intensive work to check your city halls and so forth and so on and so on, and which will almost by decree changes. If you look at how the Zimbabweans went through their name changing, it took them 2 years. Well, the changes happened from today. And everything of our work, we did that what are the consequences of the past. And committed to that, even when they take us the court is like what process needs to be followed. And we will come back and follow the process, but the name will change. So, yeah, the next year, so that they give you response.
Thank you very much. I think that it's one question that everyone is addressing about representation, much international. So what happens is that now, therefore, they have to do this. I don't know how long they when it's comes to it, what do we have to do this? What are the issues? National plans. Very call for communities. So regulations can be done by nominate Mr. Jodowana or Mr. Jodowana nominate Marjorie. And of course, such nominations should be cognizant of what the end is saying in terms of context. Context, which is background legislation, amongst others, linguistics, people who have done, science and languages, demographics, history, heritage, all those areas. They are given science and mathematics. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it correctly, but mathematics. So you look at that, and it's very clear, as it says, there should be no fewer than 50, but not more than 25. And this is the biggest cancer I'm saying, I don't get other cancers, but the biggest cancer is the HC cancer because of its proteins. All about those relations that come from speakers. There are institutions that are highlighted, for instance, the post office. That is in science within that is the science, the statistics, and then of course the AI property. For instance, in this case, we also have Sarah, we've got Copter, because of the recognition and acknowledgement of the role that she played by our host. So that's how cancer is represented. It's a democratic process, but of course, it's institutionalized. So we need to then say which other institutions can play a role. For instance, Sarah, why it became very much important for them to do that, to take the roles, take the roles. The boards must be standardized. And other members will be guided, some of them can change, but they're not standardized. But then for people within the council who can then champion these transformations and ensure that whatever change is made is put into impact. That's why we put those institutions outside of the council. I think that was a very important point that I can note. I want to answer. A very important point, which is about history books, covering this. And I think it's a really big idea that we need to look at. But I must also say that in another way, which is about the working very close to the Department of Physical Education. And my department is working towards ensuring that history becomes compulsory, at primary and secondary school. And already they're working with the academics in history who are put together the curriculum. And I think that these are the things maybe we might just be working on. Because some of the names we're talking about. Because if you look at the system, it's not just about building monuments in photos, but also about remembering our careers and handle that. The process is part of the sense of information. The role that was played by those people. It becomes very much important. Someone was saying, heritage is also a rewrite history. So it is therefore becoming very much important. We don't take that point as something just consider as we continue our research.
Mr. Dima and Councillor. We have actually closed end of the program for today, which was meant to give insight in terms of the work that we do, to also for us to engage with existing members, finding meaning and truth in terms of how they do this project. But also share several policy related measures that we do on a day-to-day basis. Clarifying in terms of how the way is done. Also heavy about the type of shipping and yeah. How we implement the act as much of also, I would like to thank everyone who participated, the cooperation, the diversity, engagement, yes, that's for you take this as a downfall to your spending in that you do not take for granted. Yes, we are thankful for that because we rely on you on many citizens. So, not going to say that tomorrow. There are committees that sit, look into the matter, discuss tomorrow, Friday. These names they are of this particular, but also the element which to put on this it's been deliberations with the mandate as and yes, we cannot confirm anything with also all the threats our nation, something when people and all other we need to because we at least you what is us African people, we know where to go. There's a bit of as well, but it's never something the zero water day, the things and we continue with, and many people experience and continue to do with and the session is more is it 9 o'clock? Yes, that is if you follow me, we Paris and we know once